Okay. Hello and greetings to you, viewer from across the tubes. I'm Gnarly Quack, although my friends and enemies call me Carl, and I am back again today working on Dr. Strangetest, my testing framework for PHP. And I think today I can probably get finished up with the logging and stuff that I've been working on the last, well, I guess for the week really. So let me get into the code here. And I guess just to put a little, well, I think we've got, everything's all clean. And all our tests and everything should be passing. Looks like it. And just to put a little sort of context into what I'm hoping to get done today. So for over the past week, I've sort of been simplifying the logger and then adding more structure to the events that are being logged during the running of a test suite. And so that can allow for some more sort of control or formatting of these, basically these messages that get printed out. And so what I really want to do today, well, what it's all leaning towards is being able to sort of filter out like these absolute paths. Like there's no reason to show, we can really just show sort of the absolute or the relative path, or the path relative to whatever the current working directory is. But then in addition to that, we should be able to filter out like all of the stuff that happens within the framework itself, because the framework itself should not be throwing any exceptions or anything or having any errors, assuming everything's working properly. So this is all just extra information distracting the user. So really, ideally, this message in this case would just be that. So that's kind of what we're working to. And hopefully I'll get that all finished up today. It's Friday, so we can go a little bit crazy, go crazy coding. But it's actually gone pretty smoothly. It's just kind of been a mechanical process of updating the logger. But hopefully I can get that all done. And I think, some of the stuff I've been working on before, I'm probably going to have to go back and revisit it. But I'm very hopeful that we can put a bow on this logging stuff once I finish it up today, assuming that happens. So let's get into it. So what I finished was sort of updating the signature of the logger here to instead of just taking like a raw exception here, or in some cases, I've actually broken out what we want to actually, what the logger is actually interested in. And a lot of this maps to what the information that you can get out of an exception already. But in some cases, we're using definitions that we've manually parsed from test files to populate this information. And then now that we're taking this information, we're just building up these event structures. And I think what I want to do is actually, and I've mentioned this a few times before, is break this event structure up. Have the event structure itself just be like an opaque interface, and then create a different type of event structure for each of the events that we care about. So have a pass event, fail event, error event, skip event, and output event. And that should allow for, we can basically have more customized formatting based on the type of event that we're dealing with. And also, like in some of these cases, depending on the type of event, some of this stuff is not going to be optional. So I think that can just clean things up a little bit. So I think I'm going to start with that. And so what I'll do here is what we got. We're going to have our interface, and we're going to have pass, fail, error, skip, output. So I'll just spam all those in there. And I want to go to logger here and sort of use the actual log methods here to sort of keep track of what information we actually want. So this is just going to go to, like I said, basically an empty slash opaque interface. And then we're going to have a pass event. And we probably don't need this type anymore. We can just use like an instance check. So I guess I'll just take that out. And then so for pass, we're going to want the source. It's not going to have a reason. And then we're going to have a file and a line. And none of that is going to be optional, I believe. What is my... Yeah. So that will be that. And then we're going to have a fail event. Again, we can take out the type. So in this case, source, reason, file, and line are all going to be required, and then just this additional will be optional. Maybe I'll just be OCD and throw another carriage return in there. Then we have an error event. So source and reason are going to be the only things in here that are going to be required, and then file, int, and additional. Then we're going to have the skip event. Again, I think we can take the type out. Source, reason, file, line, and then additional, and then finally the output event. And this is going to have source. We're going to call this output. The string and the file and the line looks like are optional, but there will be no additional here. So I guess then the next thing in here is we need to change the type of events being logged. Oops. I don't know, for some reason when I do the search, half the time when I get there, I feel like hitting escape to like get out of the search when you're supposed to hit return, because escape just like cancels the search and then puts you back to where you are. And I would have thought I would have gotten used to that by now, but apparently not. So source, file, line, then we have log failure. That's going to be a fail event. So you have source, reason, line, file, additional. Then we have log error. So source, reason, file, line, additional. What do we have? Log skip next. So we have source, reason, file, line, additional. We have source, reason's going to go to output, file, and line. And so more things should be broken there, but let me just see what kind of havoc that unleashed. So there we go. So I'll bump this over first. 509. So here, I guess what I will do, instead of a switch, I guess it's just going to go to if I might have to pull this stuff out. Event. But then I think I can probably get rid of those. Of all those silly assertions. This is going to be event. Reason, file. And I guess I'll just get rid of these assertions offhand because these variables don't even exist anymore. Oops. Guess that works. So, you know, I've been thinking about how I've been doing this. I've been putting an assertion in here to like assert, right? The only other case then is going to be an output event. And I've been putting an assertion in here, which, because it's an assertion, PHP stan is just going to take that on faith. Like it basically just says, well, you've asserted it, so it must be true. Which isn't necessarily ideal because I actually, like, part of it is saying, well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. But it would catch. So what I'm trying to say is it won't catch until something actually happens at runtime. Got something in my throat there. That was a nasty sounding cough. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm torn between just making an assert here that an assertion that our last remaining case is output event, and this will kind of cause PHP stan to punt. But my other option is to do an else if, I guess, and then just have like a last case that throws some sort of exception. But that won't make any difference with PHP stan. So I guess I'll just do this. And this is going to be output now. So I think that'll sort that out. And then we got some stuff going on in output. So what do we do here? So I guess I'll still... What are we doing with source here? I guess the one downside of making that an interface is, right, interfaces can't have, like, every event type should have a source. So I guess what I'll do here is I'll just return this message maybe. And I'll just wrap all this stuff up into the message. So I guess that is what I will do. This type no longer is there, right? So this is going to be event instance of output event. Then we will increase that count. Oops. Instance of a skip event. And then so I guess this is going to be kind of the same thing going on here. And maybe what I'll do, I'll just buffer log where I can just pull up this kind of switch statement here. So we're going to say message is, and we're saying we want the source, right? So it's going to be the event source, and then a new line. I guess with that gone, I can go back to whatever format is here, a new line, and then it's going to be, well, I guess we want to build up this message. Which is going to be in event file, and I don't know, I suppose at this point it's just easier to, we'll take that, the new line, and then I guess we'll put the new line here, maybe. So that's going to be the event source, file, and the event line. Oops. Maybe just stick that down there. So fail event is going to be same thing, source file line. I guess what I want to do is pull back up my definitions here. So that's going to be source. Oh, reason. So what do we have here? Reason is going to go here. And then if I guess we should just do oops an is set. Then the message we're gonna tack on I guess an extra new line, and then the event additional, and then another new line. So error event is going to be a little bit more tricky, I guess. So we're going to have the source and the reason. Oops. Yeah, we're going to have the only thing we're guaranteed to have here is the source and the reason. So and I feel like these should both be set. But then we'll we'll tack on actually, you know what? That should be a digit. And then if additional, we just tack on the additional. And skip is going to look very much like this. And I suppose what we can do here is, since we know exactly what we're doing, we can actually just add that to the end, or we can add that right into the message that we're formatting. So right, skip source, reason, file, and line are guaranteed to be there. And actually, I think this is going to look closer to the error without the additional. So this is going to be output. So source, output, and then if we have a file and a line, we stick those in there. And then all this goes away, and we'll just return that message. So, oh, and then not quite done yet. I've got to so we've got all of this, right? We've got that. So I guess we want to echo out these new lines. And then the message. Okay, so let's see what that does. Ooh. Mass breakages in my tests. So, well, there you go. Well, time to start sorting through those. So I thought this was going to be a relatively minor change, but since we've changed the structure of this stuff, then I guess this is in file, it looks like. And maybe 34. Oh, you know what it is? It's in so where are we here? 66, I think. So a lot of this logic can just go away. Right, all of this is going to go away. And I guess what we'll do is kind of the same thing here. Oops. So type is going to equal, well, this probably isn't really ideal. way to do this, but just to kind of get this sorted out. So this is going to be event pass. Source is going to equal source, and reason is going to, be null. Fail, source reason is going to be event or reason. Error event, I think, is going to be error skip is going to be source and reason. Yep. And this is going to be output, source and output. I guess we probably want that assertion in there still. Let's see what that does for us. Nothing. Okay. Because I need to, that's right. Boy, if I could type, I would really help myself out. Okay, let's see what that does. Still nothing. Okay. Oh, well, I guess I need to delete this old code. Okay, that helped a little bit. So now where are we in? We are in Discover directory, it looks like. Test discover, yep, directory, 189. It's going to be literally the same code that we just... Yeah, I need to come in here and clean up my tests. So, and in fact, I guess right here will be, what we'll do is, one thing we can do right away is if this is an output, right? If this is a pass, do that. If it's an output, otherwise, well, we still need to know what kind of type it is, right? So, whatever. I take it back. I take it all back. But we're still going to want to yank all of this. And that's going to go here. This is a failure. Okay, this is also going to be in, is it 219? What did I do? Oh, yes. All right. So we actually want to change what actual is there. So we made it to another test. We're in 468. Again, this is going to be like the same code. And this is gonna just go to type, source, reason. This is a failure. Okay, so we actually got fail. We expected failed. And then we actually got skip, but we expected skipped. Okay, and now we are in where are we here? 251. I recognize that. What are we? Discover directory, maybe? See what that does for us. We're still in test directories, so 47. I guess we've done this. Elsewhere. We're down to one last error in 314. Would we do this again? Okay. So let me just take a look at that. I think I'll probably just go ahead and commit this right away. Okay. Make sure I'm on the... Suppose I should like delete that logging branch. Um, and let me just, I suppose I should have quit out of there just to make sure. Let me just make sure I am logged into GitHub. Oops. Looks like I'm ready to go there. And it looks like we're probably in good shape. Okay. So now the next thing I think I want to do is now change the log interface to just accept these events directly, or the logger interface, I should say. And let me just think about this for a second. I guess what I may want to do as a result is maybe add constructors just to make life a little bit easier to all these event types, but maybe not. But I, excuse me. But I guess we'll just let this play out. So, so this is gonna take a pass event, and then that goes away. This is going to be a fail event. All of that is going to go away, as is that. Yep, this is going to take a error event. This is going to take that. This is a skip event. We're actually going to want to pull this reason off of the event. This is an output event. So let me just do that and see what that all breaks. And we'll just work through this naturally, I suppose. Oh, wow. Okay, well, got some work to do, I guess. Guess we'll start in the log. So 525. So I'm trying to think if I just want to make constructors for these events. And the reason why I'm not just throwing that in there is because at some point I want to be able to pass, right? I want to create an event from like a raw exception, and that is where I want to do the various formatting stuff that I was talking about wanting to do. So I'm inclined to just, instead of adding constructors, just throw in some helper functions here, which I may do. But before I do that, actually, I'm going to have to take a little bit of a bathroom break. So Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And so I'll be back. I'll be back in a few minutes. Well, I bust my timer, I guess. Hopefully not too bad. What I've decided is I'm not gonna like it, but I'm gonna do it. If I could spell here. So source, file, line. Now I've got to type in all this. Oops. And I guess I'll just yank most of this stuff. Boy, I'm hurting right now, I feel like. So source, this is actually gonna take source, reason, so source, reason, file line, and additional, default to null. I don't know what it is. It's like half the time when I want to hit the shift key, I don't, and then the other half, I somehow get a capital letter in there without even wanting it. So I believe this is the same source, reason, file. Actually, file and line are also going to be null. So source, oh. So I better go fix that up here there. Does that mean I got it wrong in here too? No, I actually got it right there. So are we here? Source, reason, file, right? Let me just double check this. Source, reason, and then file, line, in addition, oh, this can also be, I guess I probably don't need to specifically type in that because it takes null by default, but so I guess we'll do the same thing here. Source, reason, file, line, additional. Well, did it again, I guess. But this takes source, output, and then file and line. So output, and then file line. So we should still be steady there at 117 errors with some luck. Nope. It's feeling a little too optimistic there. So where are we here? 141. What is this? Skip? Oh, I suppose I should look at the actual properties I had defined, not the signature that I copied from a completely different event. Okay, progress. We're back to 100 and what was it? 17. Hey, Bazin. Welcome back. Happy Friday. All right, so this is going to be new. I guess this is just going to basically be that. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. How was your day today? Oh, this can actually just go to, this can all go to that. Let me just see what that did. And 519, I feel like 17508. Uh, 507 and 497. Huh. Uh-oh, did Germany do something to get on Twitch's bad list or something? I try and pay as little attention to the news as possible, so maybe something happened. Although I imagine with the Tor browser, you're probably getting me in like pixelated, glorious pixelated like 480p or something, right? Because it bounces you through all those nodes. Oops, what did I? Huh. Well, maybe it's just Twitch twitching, you know? Or Twitch glitch. It's a Twitch glitch. Hey Zem, how are you? Not much. I'm just breaking my code and fixing it again. Typical coding stuff, I guess. How are you doing today? No, it's PHP actually. It is a scripting language that is popular for web servers. Like if you've heard of WordPress, that's written in PHP. But powers a lot of sort of well, Facebook was originally written in PHP, but I think they've migrated to their own language based off of it. But it's a very, excuse me, it's a very popular server scripting language or programming language. I guess you're C#, not PHP then. That should go up to 149. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, Python seems really, really popular these days. which it's an easy language to learn, so I can understand that. I don't know. What was the problem, Basin? Actually, hold that thought, or I'll think about it, because I just heard my coffee maker beep, so I'm gonna go top off my coffee real quick. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I have no guesses though, Basin. So Zem, if you're still there, what do you do with Java? Do you do like Android programming, or you do like server type programming, or just completely different types of programming? Oops. Oh. Yeah, I think more and more antivirus hurts more than it helps. I listened to a computer security podcast called Security Now, and they haven't really talked about it lately, but every now and then they'll talk about how the antivirus programs that a lot of people run are themselves not secure, and their computers will get hacked by exploiting vulnerabilities in the antivirus software. It's a word I can't say apparently. And it's like every time I feel like you download new software or something, it's like, turn off your antivirus if you want this to actually install. But I'm probably a little bit too lax sometimes because I'm on Linux and I figure, well, nobody's really trying to hack Linux, but I should probably be a little bit more careful than I am. Yeah, if I was on Windows, and I would probably just, and I don't know what you're using, maybe this is what you're using. I would probably just go with the built-in Microsoft Defender. Oops. Uh, 590. Oops, I keep 557. 435. 59. 6. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if it sees software, it doesn't know what it does. It's just like freaks out. Well, and the other thing too, I feel like, is it seems like it always, some brand or other always comes like preloaded onto your computer, and then just through sort of inertia, people leave it on there, and then suddenly it's like, oh, your subscription's about to expire. So I wonder how many people just even feel pressured into then actually like paying for it or something because they've had it all this time, you know? But I don't know. Maybe they do more good than bad. It's I guess just feeling like I know computers. Yeah, it seems like kind of just more harm than good. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Where am I now? 297. Oops. Yeah. Yes, while you were sleeping last night, I protected you from hundreds of events. Yeah. Like, you would not have had a computer this morning when you woke up if it hadn't been for me protecting it. And you're welcome. 40. Well, that was oh, yeah. true. Yeah, throwing it away seems a little excessive. Just reformat it, really, right? I don't know. Depending on what they got on there, I guess if you got some sort of you know, thing that got into your mother's board ROM or something. You said you got a new one to replace the one that was like nine mouse pads taped together. Let's just see where we're at here. Oops. Yeah. So what line was that on? 772, 761. Oops, well. Hmm. 528, 303. Uh, 91. Then here. So I wonder if that's going to break tests. Yep, wrong event. I guess it is going to break tests. Sorry. Oh, that's right. Well, that's kind of a bummer. Okay. So I'm going to have to use pass event. We have fail, error, skip, and output. Skip, output. So where was I now? 355, more or less. All right. One test fixed. I guess maybe I'll just go through these. 293. Are all these remaining failures in here? Five. $162. $139. $120. Where are we? 103. $83. $61. Oops. That was what? 45? Is that it? No, it's not it. Ooh, alright. So what happened? Oh. Yes. I got a little overzealous there on sticking those parentheses on the end. But then also it doesn't help that PHP doesn't really enforce. I guess it's a little bit like JavaScript that way. You can just throw in as many arguments as you want, and it's like, have fun. Function doesn't need them, but so did I get them all? No. Where are you? No, no worries. I'm just here tapping away on my keyboard. Oops. That might have them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So I don't know. I feel like that made things a little bit grosser looking, but I guess we'll just keep pushing forward on this. And a big reason for that change actually was I kind of mentioned it here. Like I no longer now need to pass or tear apart the events just to pass it back into the logger and log them again, or to build those events back up again. And then so because there's also some things here I want to do with this buffering, where right now the logger itself, basically every log has this switch to see if it's buffering or not. And I think we can actually pull those apart, and maybe we'll need to add like a new class or new object for the buffer to represent the buffer. And what I'm thinking is maybe the buffer can then just keep its own log. So to like hand out like a temporary log that thing can be logged to, and then when you end buffering, it just takes everything in that log and then sticks those events into whatever the real log is, or the real logger, I should say. That's kind of what I've been thinking. But then as a result, we can just eliminate all this kind of switch logic on it. And I've kind of been thinking of a way to try and do that where, well, one, to avoid having to like store up, like queue all these events and then pull them apart just to pass the components back to the logger and have it reconstruct again. But then also to kind of bypass having to do this check. And so that seems like maybe the cleanest way to do that is to just kind of create like a temporary logger. But then the other nice thing about that is then maybe, and I'll have to look at that because it's mostly used in the runner. There is a point in the discover where I buffer, but what might be nice is I can just instantiate a buffer at the beginning and use that same buffer object for the whole testing thing. So that seems like a potential win to me. Well, I tell you, Bazin, I guess I should finish up this project and move on to another language. Nobody seems to really care about PHP. Yeah, it's got a bad rap for, well, I don't know. For various reasons, I guess. Part of it is it used to be a pretty dicey language to use, but that was like back in kind of the PHP 4, early PHP 5 days, and the language has come a long way since then, and it certainly doesn't have any fewer or more warts, in my opinion, than at least other scripting languages out there. I mean, there's weird stuff in Python, and JavaScript is kind of weird. But they have a better reputation, I guess. Yeah, that's probably a good language to know. I was actually at a job fair yesterday, which is one of the reasons I streamed early and then had to knock off early. In addition to having lunch with my friend, and um, a lot of those companies seem to use C sharp and like .NET kind of in their as their tech stack, I guess. So it seems like a good language to know, but I mean, I guess I feel like one thing is if you know how to like programming is probably more. I feel like I mean obviously you need to start programming a language to learn how to program, but it's like if you know how to program, then picking up any particular language shouldn't be that hard unless you're doing something crazy like trying to learn Haskell. Not that learning Haskell is crazy, but I just mean it's a very different paradigm than like other languages. Like if you know well, I would like to learn assembly, to be honest with you. I mean, it depends on how low level of programming you want to get into, but there is still benefit to knowing assembly. Not that there ever wasn't benefit, but I'm gonna throw out my banana peel. I'll be right back. I guess so. I guess I was gonna say like one kind of big difference between you should probably learn like a statically typed language, which is what C sharp is, because programming in like a compiled statically typed language is a very different experience from program excuse me programming in like Python or PHP or JavaScript. And so it doesn't need to be C sharp though. It could be like, well, C sharp is object oriented, so which C is not. But like learning C or C++ or C sharp are probably all good to know. Just having that experience working with a statically typed compiled language, because that can be a little bit of a different experience than if you're coming from Python, say. Although a lot of those languages now have realized that static typing is a good thing, and so that's why I'm using PHP stand in my project, and Python now has MyPy, but it's not quite the same thing. All right. Did I do anything here? Did I commit that? Looks like I did. Let me see what that did for the test. I doubt that should have broken anything, but guess I should have refilled my water while I was throwing away my banana peel. Okay, another step forward, I guess. Okay, so now what's next? I feel like I may want to mess around with this buffering stuff. Because I feel like that might have more implications on the code than... Because I think to do the formatting stuff that I want to do, I just need to pull out those functions from the framework specific exceptions and just call that on every exception that we get. So what are we doing here? We are starting the buffering. We start the buffer, and then we just set basically the buffering source and grab our current buffering level. And then that essentially, right, anything that gets passed to the logger just gets cached. And then when we turn off buffering, we basically check to see what's going on with the buffers. And if anybody else has started a buffer that they did not stop, we throw an error into the cache of events. Or if somebody deleted our buffer, we also make that an error. And if we got some output, we stick that onto the cache, but then we go through all the cached events and just then log them for reals. So I guess that doesn't really have any impact on formatting, because since we're saying the logger now already gets events, any sort of formatting we want to do or any sort of processing that we want to do is already going to be done by that point. So I guess what we could do now, let me actually, oops. Boy, okay. One thing at a time there. So what are the so we have failures. That extends from exception. And we have a skip. This is just our own. Yeah, this is not right. These are all the API. This is just for internal use. But I feel like an error event. So skips, we're saying skips, failures, and passes. So we can almost do like from exception, something like that. And I guess that too. And I guess this too. And so this is going to take, I guess, a throwable, although I don't know if we can explicitly type hint that because throwable was added in PHP 7, I want to say. Yeah, so I guess we're gonna have to. And actually, this, I guess this is gonna be more specific. This is gonna be an assertion error or a failure. I guess we'll just call that failure. Oh, and this is going to return a fail event. This is going to be I guess this we can just type in as a throwable because actually we're going to call this an error. And then this is only going to be a skip. And I guess actually that I can just type hint. So I guess the meat of it is going to be in these two functions here. And I'm beginning to wonder maybe if I should hold this logic out now into maybe its own file. So I kind of feel like this is going to be format trace. So what are we doing here? For each, so we get the trace. And actually, you know what? One thing I wanted to do was, I kind of ran this test earlier. But I kind of want to make sure oops. I keep forgetting that eval.org wants to be helpful. Oh, are you programming right now? Nice. Yeah, I think a fair number of people will do that. They'll, while they're coding, they'll have someone on that that is also coding. I usually turn music on, and well, that was not very helpful. But it's a little bit of a nuisance streaming because I have to like put headphones on and then so the RIA doesn't kick in my door while I'm streaming. I have to use like pretzel rocks or something, which is fine. But well, so the other day, right, because I've been uploading my videos to YouTube, so Pretzel Rocks has a setting where if you're there's like all their music is Twitch safe, but if you're gonna be putting videos on YouTube, there's an additional setting to um, only play YouTube safe music, which is a subset of the normal music. And so I was playing one of their stations, and it literally had only 3 songs. So after about 20 minutes of streaming, I was like, okay, this is like the 5th time I've heard this song. So what I really want to do here is I can never remember, was it parent? Because I subclass so infrequently. I guess I probably have this in my actual code, right? Parent, yeah. But I also want to do, so what is it? This debug backtrace. What are the chances I can get that to paste? Probably none. No, okay. So let's just well, I guess there's nothing for it other than to play with Windows now. Okay, so then there's a function debug print backtrace. And I'm just going to pass those same options in, I guess. So debug print backtrace debug backtrace now args. Otherwise, we will do this with 0. We can delete that line, I suppose. And then, so now we want oh, this probably isn't going to let me call. So just call it throw. I think that's a keyword. So it's going to have to be throw it up. Oops. And I just want to create like a stack trace here. And boy. So we're going to try for, we want to catch that extends from exception, right? exception E. Ever helpful eval there. And then what we want to do is we want to echo E get, I think it's debug. I don't know what it is. Get traces string. But what I want to do here is let's just throw a new line in there, or two. What are the chances I actually typed that incorrectly? None at all. None at all. So what did I do wrong here? Oh, I guess I need to put function. Okay, so this is what I'm curious. I just want to compare the stack traces I get here. For all the versions. And maybe while that runs, I'm going to go refill my water. So that is all the same. That is all the same. Oh, really? What am I doing here then? Oh. So what is the default? I theoretically have a bug there, but what are the chances of the people running 5.3 that anybody's running a version as old as 5.3.5? Of course, there's no way to know what it used to be without going into the documentation repo and trying to find the history of commits. But the short of it is, so I wonder why I thought I was getting different things. I don't know. Like the only difference is the constructor, and yeah. All right. So we should be good here. Everything should be fine. So what we can do is just grab the backtrace off of the exception, I guess. And let me guess I didn't need to open that again. So what we're doing is, so this is where we're doing the filtering of the backtrace. So if we have a file and or are we? Wait, if the directory does not equal so we're doing find the first call in a backtrace that's outside of Dr. Strangetest. So this is just finding the first call site. Okay. So then we advance. Okay, and I think down here is where we go until. I'm gonna have to look at an actual. Well, I guess I can do that easily. So I guess what we're saying here is, right, the call to the main function is actually outside of the source directory. So in that case, we know we're done. Because then otherwise we're going to pick up just this random main. So that all makes sense to me. Okay. So this is what we're going to want to work on. And I know I just got up, but with all this water and coffee I'm drinking, I'm going to have to take another break. The downside to staying well hydrated is frequent breaks. All right, I just finished my coffee too, so I'm actually going to go brush my teeth. So I'm going to take about 6 minutes. And I'll be back shortly. All right, I am back. Actually, I didn't want to split. I wanted to go only. Then do that. Hello. So I guess actually this is all going to become academic because I don't actually need to call debug backtrace anymore, because I think what I'm going to do, I feel like the logic here is very much similar to what's going on down here. So let me just yank this, I guess. This is going to go to like format trace string maybe, and then we'll take, if I could spell this, exception. So we're no longer going to care about that. A dynamic GUI. What do you mean by dynamic GUI? Functions have no file if executed and call user func. Oh. Yeah, what are you using for your GUI library? Right, are you writing Python? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's I don't know, unless you throw it into some sort of like container, you know, like a table listing or something, or just a list. I can't remember what TK has anymore. I guess it has just the tree, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about TK is it ships with Python, so yeah. I feel like your next best choice, at least in terms of ease of use from Python, is to use Qt, because you can just it ships wheels that you can just install. But that is a much more, I don't know, it depends on your viewpoint. It's a much more complicated library than TK. It also does a lot more. Um, but TK, if you want to start writing complex stuff, you're going to be writing a lot more of your own code. Yeah. So this is doing the same thing. So here we're just we're throwing away bogus stuff until we get to that. Yeah. Well, GUI code in general, I feel like you end up doing a lot of typing. And I don't know, I guess there are multiple occasions where we don't have so I'm just going to leave a note here. There seem to be occasions that may vary by versions PHP in which the trace won't have a file. It seems safe to it's just being invoked from call user func, or if an exception is thrown from an error handler. It seems safe to just ignore this line of the so there seem to be occasions, which may vary by versions of PHP, in which a trace item won't have a file. If an exception is thrown from a function invoked and possibly others. Which a trace item may not have a file. Okay. So if we don't have a file, we just continue. If we are not in the source directory, and I wonder if instead of this, we want to just do if 0 equals stir pause, maybe? Let me look that function up. Haystack is going to be frame file. Needle is going to be stir. Then we'll continue. Let me just make a note here. Strangetest main is actually is invoked from the entry point script, i.e. bin strangetest. So when we hit this function, we're at the culprit. I guess we're at the bottom or the top. I guess if it's a stack, right, it would be the bottom. Very important that we get that correct. Okay, so call equals frame function. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Oh, okay, we're building. All right. So what we do want to, we need to get the the basically the root test directory in here. But maybe let's just get this working first. So I don't know. Instead of calling this buffer, let's call this the backtrace. So I think we can, and we're going to pull this off the exception. What is it, get trace? As frame, I guess we can just call this a frame. Why would you do that? Don't do that. Okay. So the calling is a frame function, is of set frame class. I guess we are picking off the function. I guess I already decided that had been useful. And what is this frame type? Oh, if a method call arrow, if static function call, nothing is returned. So if it's set so callie is going to be the frame class, and then the type, and then the callee. And then we're going to have file, then I guess we decided to just put the line in parentheses. I don't know how much I actually like that, though. I guess I just copied this. Which I suppose is fine. I suppose that's fine. I don't know. So I don't know. I kind of want to just sprint up this at this point, but file the line and then the callee. And I guess I need to update buffer to backtrace. Yeah, I must have deleted. Oh, right. I did have a okay. That's actually going to be, so frame file, line, poly, that's our format. I don't know. I guess we can just return. So if backtrace, then oh, all right. Whatever. So called from we don't actually need the string. We just want to include that backtrace. And I guess it seems a little stupid to just print up this thing. So now let's see what happens here. Oh, I put that all in the wrong. Well, my face is red. Okay, well, I copied all that stuff out of there so I could work in it in log, and then and actually this signature is completely wrong now too. So what do we have going on here? Output event. I guess the easier way to have done that would have just been to close that buffer without without saving it. So we're gonna get, I guess this is gonna be a throwable exception, and we're gonna return a string. So let me just see if that does anything. All that seems fine because we haven't actually written those functions yet. So we're gonna have backtrace equals format. What I call this now? Actually, you know what? Whatever. I guess theoretically I could throw this in the format module. Yeah, I think returning null was there, right? Because additional defaults to null. Yeah, so I think I can do I guess we need the source. we need the source. Source, this is going to be failure get message, failure get file, failure get line, and trace. And actually, what I think I just forgot was to filter out well, hopefully it'll show up in the tests. So again, excuse me. Although I guess if I muted myself, you didn't hear that, so. So let's see what that does for us. So now I want to grep for a new skip event. Source, that's going to be in we've got that, and we've got 772. Well, that's because it's not a constant. So I guess now we should be seeing something. Yes. So all that garbage is gone. But what we want to do file equals so we also want to skip so if we don't have a file, we skip. If the frame is in the blah blah blah, we skip. If the file is in the source directory, it's a right. It was thrown from Dr. Strangetest, so we skip that one. If we were at the main function, I guess the last thing we want to do is if line equals frame line and file equals. Then we also want to continue. I guess we'll just move this assertion up here. There we go. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. And now the last thing is to filter out this path. So that's going to be a little bit more tricky. So what do we do with this current working directory here? Basically what we want to do is we want to pass in so I guess let's just do that. Let us just update this function signature. And we'll just pass that in here. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? I feel like everything should be coming from the root. So what we want to do is just do the sterling of the root. And then when we actually do this, we're going to want to do substring frame from the offset. Yeah. So let's see what that breaks. So format, oh yes, I do need to pass that in. Should fix that. So what is going on in here? What do we have? I guess we have the logger. We have the logger. So the one thing that would be nice about, like, we could theoretically pass that route into the logger. And then if we were generating these exceptions from the logger, so maybe that's the thing to do. Maybe that's the thing to do, right? Because in every place where we want to log one of these things, the logger is going to be there. So what we're going to want then is, I guess we'll just pass root in here. And then guess that's going to be private actually. This root. And then I guess those static methods, excuse me. Well, let me bump this out. This is failure from it's no longer going to be static. Public function failure from exception. I'm only going to need this root. This is going to be a new fail event. Right, let me just this is what error from exception. And then where do we have static? Okay. I already have main open 164. So this is going to be current working directory. So 72. Oops. You know what I kind of want to do? Is before I go through or go in and fix all these tests, right? I mean, I can fix them and oh, I want new error. Fix them, and I should be seeing that show up in all those errors I'm getting. So that is not actually an exception, nor is that. I don't believe any of these are coming in off of exceptions either. Nope. Nope. 504, 493, 45, 422, 409, 297, 290, yeah, 235, 220, 172, 675, 612. Actually, I guess as it's going to turn out, the minority of these are going to be coming off of exceptions. So 920. This is going to be logger error from exception, and this is going to be file E. So that was 916.893. 889. Oh, we did get, okay, but that's fine. 889, 883, 68, 3, 623. 590, 557, 435, and 59, and 6. Okay, and I guess most of this is going to be in run. So 881. $840. 781. $761. Oops. That took us up to 528. 303. Guess that's it. Suppose I should write all. Seems to be okay. Well, that's nice, Zandos, but that is not particularly generous of you. So I'm gonna say sayonara. Actually, I take that back. It actually isn't nice. There's not one thing nice about that. Okay, so I guess I need to look at these tests. So what's going on here? I guess what's going on is I need to, right, so this is actually happening in I need to actually change the actual source file and line. So let's just take a look at this. So this is where are we? Log. Right, so this is where the actual function is defined. But it's called from what are we in? Test discover file 156 here. So we haven't quite gotten that right yet. I guess so. we're in here. We're in function format. So this isn't just formatting the trace string. I guess this is maybe format exception. And I guess what we'll do is we'll just maybe create a class. So I guess what I'll do is format exception. And I'll create a final class format exception result. And this is going to be string file. Oops, just a var string. Int. And going to trace. This is going to return now a format exception result. So I guess the result is going to be a new format exception result. Original file. So I guess what we'll do is of course, PHP stand's going to be annoying here. Basically, if we get down here and we don't have right, if not is set. So I'm just curious now real quick. Two equals I guess that's going to be false, so what we want is result file equals frame file, and then result line equals frame line. And I guess what that also means is because, right, I guess here's the other thing. Right, this is not. Right, if we set this to the line, the file in the line, then this becomes redundant. So what do we want to do here? Basically, How did I used to do this? What was this in? Exception, I think? Format exception string. So what are we doing here? Oh, this is what we're doing up here, right? We're pulling the line and the file out. So we're setting that to begin with. So maybe okay, so if the file is not set, continue. If the file is in the Strangetest source directory, then continue. If we've hit the main function, then continue. So maybe what we want to do here is exception get line and exception get file. Then we continue. So we'll set these to null and null. So if these aren't set, then we'll set them. Otherwise, we're going to do this here. And I guess we can actually just collapse this. Else if line file and then actually what we'll just do here is we'll do result trace and we'll just return that result. So let's just see what that looks like. That should break a bunch of stuff because I didn't 568, what's the problem here? Yeah, so formatted, and then we're gonna want the source, the message, formatted file, formatted line, and then the formatted trace. So that seems to have worked. So let's just yank this. 556. So skip is going to go to error. I think that will make that happy. And then 241, I think. No, I guess not. Oh, 544. So I think that'll sort that out. What? So if this is not... Okay, well... I suppose there's a case here where... Here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. Right, we'll set that. Then if we have a result line and a result file continue. I don't know. I suppose that. So right, that will filter that business out. Although presumably that means, right, if we've gotten that far, so I guess what I'm saying is if we've gotten this far, then we are in a... Here. I think I can just bump this up here, actually. Do this the opposite way around, right? Because that means we've already accounted for the case where the sort of removes everything that's inside the framework. So let's see what that does now. Oh, good catch. Good catch there, PHP Stan. So what do we have here? Error. Look at these nice errors. Aren't those beautiful? Like, all my errors are now nice and compact instead of just blowing everything up. Boy, how much stuff did I break there? Oh, 80. Okay, that's a lot of errors. That's a lot of things to break. Although, why isn't this... Oh, I know why. Okay, so what we want to do is the last thing we want to do here is oops, substir result. That's going to be file offset. Let's try that on for size. I'm liking them apples. I'm liking them. Although I feel like that this is not correct. Let's take a look at this. Oh, that is correct. Okay. So let's define a constant here. Const root equals dir. What do we think about that? What do we think about that? I feel for some reason like that's not going to work for some. In. So I guess what we'll do is we'll call this test root. Okay. Ooh, that was lucky. That was lucky. Maybe it wasn't lucky. That's why I'm not supporting 5.2. Actually, that's not the only reason, but so okay. So this is going to be test root 130. Let's just look at those. Oh. Yeah. That was Look at these nice error messages. I mean, no error message, I guess, would be the nicest error message, but So what are we in? 30? $30, $30, $30, $30. And it's like also making it more possible for me to just kind of go through more of these too, because the screen isn't all like blowed up with brokenness. Okay. Test output. $231. 21. Three. Do I have test files open? I guess I don't. What is this? The test runner. 835. 835. 835. 835. Up 29. Boy, okay, let me just save that. I feel like that might still got a few. So we're on 41 here. Uh 21. It's all of them. It is all of them, I guess. Woohoo! Oops. I like it. I like it. I like that. How long have I been going for? About 3 hours. What's going on in the world? Anything exciting? Doesn't look like it. Ugh. So, what did we do here? We added that. We added that. Added those functions. Cleaned up some of that. Okay, so now what we can do is we can just get rid of that. Right? No more of that nonsense. Same thing with you, Skip. All right. And then I think this goes away, right? Looks like it to me. Let's see what that does for anything. Whoa, more failures. Oh, because I was actually, all right. So I probably don't need to test this stuff anymore. Well, why isn't this working? What did we get here? So, so what are we testing here? Where are we? 51? Something seems to not be right with. So, okay. Okay, I appear to not have. So log failure. Well, let's just go through this in order. I seem to have missed. Yeah, okay. I guess I never went through those. What is this? Name. I guess I hadn't quite. I had not quite finished all these changes. So now what is going on here? Okay, well, that was astounding disaster. A 91. I guess I'm going backwards or something. I don't know. Log failure, right? This is gonna be this. Test name. Looks like it. 86. Failure from exception. Where's this coming from? Oh, this. All right. Okay. But I still feel like I should be... Where's my output? Oh, I'm getting output here. That's what's causing these tests to fail. Yeah, all right. Okay, so where are we in here? Test exceptions. So what do we got failing here? We've got 127. And I guess what we just, yeah, we don't really care about the formatting here, I guess. So what we'll just do is we'll do actual get message. See what that does for us. Okay. So test fail 72. I feel like this is kind of a dumb test now. So what call it? I guess let's just, I think we can delete all of this. See what happens if that happens. And 51. So again, I guess we'll just do actual get message and message. Okay. Look at all those deletions. All right. Let me just take one more look here. So let me just think about this logic a little bit. So as we go through each one, if there's not a file or the file is in the Strangetest source directory, or we've hit the main function, we well, in the first two cases, we just go to the next frame, otherwise we bug out. Then if we haven't set the file in the line, excuse me. I guess one thing we can do here format, yeah. Is we can set the file to the frame, and then we can just do this. Do this here, and then we don't need to do this. Well, except we do need to do that. All right, so that, right, because yeah, we'll just do that. That seems safest to me. All right, if we get down here to where we're ever checking, yeah, so let's, I take it back. I take it all back. And I guess the one thing here is we're potentially doing this twice. But then essentially what I'm saying is the line and file will go to that. Because at this point, right, we know those have been set. And I guess what I'm guarding against, I guess there could be a situation here where we just have an empty trace. And I suppose what we could do is maybe just do another check here at the bottom. Uh, sorry, if we have a backtrace, then we know right, uh, line and result have had to have been set. Otherwise, we'll do this. Else, if not, it's set file and line. This is what we'll do. I think that is what we will do. Let's see what anybody has to say about that. Okay. And actually, I guess this should really indicate that that's private to the file here. This all looks ouch. Okay, I'm gonna let those tests run, and while that happens, I am going to go, I don't know, I'll give myself about 5 minutes to use the little boy's room. Good to see. Boy, what a nice day out. Oh, well, not as warm as it seems, I guess. I guess with that done, it's maybe time to look at some of that buffering stuff. And I guess one other thing I'm thinking, but I may hold off on doing any sort of implementation is now that I'm filtering out traces and stuff from within the framework itself could potentially be throwing errors that um, will now not show up. Well, they should show up, but their source may be obfuscated. And so I'm thinking of maybe adding like a debug function or a debug flag, like a command line debug flag that'll just say, "Hey, don't filter out any of the trace," and that should be very simple to do now that those the formatting of those exceptions is being done from from the logger, because we can just that's just a more configuration. Excuse me. We can pass into the logger. Well, I guess one thing I suppose we could like tack those on. Was I doing that before, I wonder? Um, this would be an exception, I guess. Or format exception. I forgot what I called it. Where is it here? Yeah, we were. Okay, so I actually broke that. I feel like I should try and just make something fail now. So let's just do that. See what we get now. Oh, well, that's in setup, so it doesn't really help us very much. But this is not. So we should get a trace there. Yeah. Assert run file. Yep, that's what we want. That's what we want. I guess we'll just blow that up on the server. All right, well now I guess it's time to take a swack at the buffering stuff. So I guess what I'm thinking is this will be a final class. And well, we're gonna take all this stuff, stick it in here, and I think I want to call that source. So we've got the buffer source, which would be like the file, or not the file, but like the function being buffered. Then the file, excuse me, file and line number. Whether there was an error, and then the buffer levels, and then I guess that's actually going to go to maybe um, a log or I suppose most of the stuff could go private. Um, I guess we'll want a constructor where, well, maybe not, maybe not. And I guess what we're talking about is moving most of the stuff into moving these functions basically as methods into this class here. What do we all have in here? And I don't know. I had deleted this file the other day, but maybe since I'm going to kind of split this out again, it might be worth sticking that back into its own file. So I guess kind of what we're talking about doing Well, because we're going to instantiate a new buffer, right? We need our new log. Although I suppose, like I just said, I think we can probably use one buffer now. I don't know, class buffer. What do we think? Do we think buffer is spelled with one R or two R's? um, so all we really need is this root, I believe. So I guess I should tack this on here. And so I feel like if we have a logger, and I suppose this is going to be that. Otherwise, we want to set this logger to a new logger. And it's going to be this root, this, I'm going to have to look that up. Log all, and I guess this. So I think we're going to want this to actually implement the outputter, an outputter. Potentially. So I guess we'll do that. So I guess what we can do here. Actually, I guess we probably don't need this changed very much. Um, like this is doing exactly what we want it to do. So what are we doing with source here? I guess another option is we could You can maybe create a new buffer off the logger. Maybe that's the way to do it. Because right, then all of this stuff would be this would come from the logger. We could just initialize all this. So we'd get I guess it would be something like parent and buffered, maybe. So where do we have the start buffering? So this is going to turn into this, I guess. This is still, yeah, that'll be the same. But then we want to start buffering, and then, well, all this stuff could be set here. Okay, so I guess I like this. I'm just thinking to myself. So buffer, this will be this. This will eliminate this conditional. We're not going to need to assert that this is a source anymore. That's going to go to void, I guess. Maybe stop. So this is, we want to stick all this stuff onto the log. Well, I don't know. This is going to be the reason. And then this is going to be actually go to this. So I need to like double check this stuff. So this, we get the current level. If the level's above the level that we started with, then we log these errors about. And I may want to take a look at these messages, but so then we stick that error into the buffered logger. And then if the level this is going to be go to the source. Oh yeah, this buffered. Is that required? Yeah. We don't actually need that there. Okay. So now what we can do is right, I think yeah. Then we're gonna put that into the parent. And actually, none of this now should really matter. And I guess maybe assert this logger or something. I don't know. Maybe instead of stop, I'll just call this unbuffer. What are we doing with the buffers here? Guess we're not doing anything with them. Okay, wonder what I think about this. Because, right, we could... Oh, I guess if it isn't active. Okay, so I guess if it's active, we can't really distinguish between an empty buffer and maybe instances where somebody echoes like an empty string. I don't know. I don't even know how that's handled. I mean, so what is it? OB start? Where are we at here? Okay, yeah. Now, I guess this is going to go to this reset buffer. And we're not going to need... Well, I guess we could just... This is going to become reset buffer, right? So... So I guess let's just stick that there. it is. Okay, so if the level is below what we started, then somebody deleted our buffer, and so we just start over again. Otherwise, we initialize an array of buffers. What do we do? Current, okay. Somebody else is doing their own output buffering, so we don't want to mess with it. If their buffering started before we last reset our own buffer, then we don't need to do anything. But if their buffering started after, so if the current level Um, actually, we may just want to set this stuff at the beginning. No, we don't. We don't. So the logic here is a little screwy, and it's been a while since I've thought about this. So if the current level is less than the starting level, then as I said, somebody deleted our buffer. So we log an error saying, hey, don't do that, and then we start over again. Otherwise, if the current level is greater than the starting level, we basically pop up buffers until we get back to the starting level. And tack that onto the buffers. This is the one thing I'm not... I feel like this comparison isn't... I guess it doesn't really matter, right? So that seems right. So what we're saying is I guess what we're saying is, and I think the whole point, the reason for all of this is when we get down to running individual tests, we have setup, then the test, and then tear down. And the objective here is to basically handle, at the level of the individual test, handle all this in one buffer, or make it seem as if it's all in one buffer. And so what we do is we start a buffer here, or we start buffering there, and we end the buffering there. And then as we switch between functions, we basically reset the buffer so that when we log, and I suppose I could maybe check this. In fact, yeah, let's do that. That's what I actually wanted to do. This doesn't matter, but so let's see what happens if we hopefully I didn't save. So yes, we get 3 outputs. But what we're doing now is, yeah, we're putting them all in sequence of the test. And also what we're doing is oh. Well, we did get it in sequence, I guess. That should not be an error, though. Why is that being output as an error? Did I just miss that in my earlier tests? Okay, so, but oh, anyway, that's distracting me now. But anyway, so we start buffering there, and then we like reset the buffer for tests, and then reset the buffer for teardown. And that way, and now that I'm looking at this, there may be a potentially better way to do it than the way we're doing it. But the point is, so we want to kind of handle all of this as one common buffer. So, but let's say, okay, we start buffering here, then somebody, the test and their own setup sets up their own buffer. So now we come here to reset the buffer. to point to test. And we see here oh, a buffer's already been started. But at this point, right, the current level is going to be the same to the start level. So what we're saying is, okay, so there may have been some output here in setup before they started their own buffer. So we want to pop off any buffers that they started and do that output. So I guess we kind of want to do that, right? Well, that's not quite the same logic, right? If I'm trying to avoid this early return because we need to redirect sort of the buffering source. And it's unclear to me if there's I guess that's maybe why I have this pulled out into a separate function. I guess I didn't quite reset that all. Yeah, so I guess I'll just fold this into another function. It just seems to make life a little easier. And I guess that will be that. I don't need to make that assertion, so we get the level. If the level is less than then we log the source, then we start the new buffer, and this and we return. Buffered, this doesn't, this actually should not matter. Oh, okay. This shouldn't really matter. And I guess just to make sure this works, I probably need to just get rid of all of that. And then we have our, oh. So we're gonna need, that's not gonna do anything. This error is gonna equal true. Nope, that's not going to actually do anything. The only thing we want to do, we want to make sure we're not trying to output anything while we're buffering. But if we do get this thing to output a failure and error, we can set this error. We can set the buffer's error to true. And I suspect there's a bunch of, yeah, right here. So I've got, I guess the one good thing is I don't have anything called blogger now, although I do have 2 buffered, so I guess one of those needs to be the parent. Which I guess I can move up here. Yeah, so okay, then we create a new logger. So then we reset the buffer. So when we unbuffer, so we get the level. While the level is greater than the start level, we subtract the level. We grab whatever's in the buffer, format it, and then stick that error into the buffered logger. Then if the level is less than, then we do the same thing, except we have a different error. Otherwise, we grab what's in the buffer, if anything, and then we format that, and then tack that. Well, then we log that output. Right, this is an error event. Well, I guess we would be getting a type error. So now this is no longer buffering. Now we grab the buffered events and log them to the parent buffer or the parent logger. So get the log, and then if we get a pass event, we log a pass. If we get a fail event, we log a failure. If we get an error event, we log an error. Oh, and then we use this error, the value of error, which will have been set, right, at some point through all of this to kind of sort that out. So now I'm going to reset the buffer, grab the current level. If the current level is below the starting level, then we log an error and just start a new buffer and return. Otherwise, we create an array to hold any buffered output. And then if the level is greater than the current or the starting level, oops. Well, I guess that's a positive indication I don't have any more. So if we already started with the current level greater than the starting level, we don't actually need to do anything because we're not in our own buffering. Have a good night, Basin. Not sure if I'm going to be streaming this weekend or not yet, but thank you. Thank you. I should probably wrap up and go for a walk or something. But hopefully this stuff won't take too much longer. But have a good night. Yeah, you bet. I gotcha. So then we set this to the current level. We while we yes, as we clear off buffers, we stick any sort of input into the buffer. And then we get what's in the starting buffer. If there's anything in there, so OB clean, I think just clears the buffer, right? Yeah, it doesn't destroy it. Which is what we don't want. We just want to get the contents and then clean it. And then if there's any output, we just log that. Then, while we have buffers, we pop off whatever the buffer is, start a new one and echo it. So, oops. Okay, so I feel like that's probably okay. That will probably break many things. Boy, I really am just. I guess because I yanked all this stuff out as perimeters and did not then change up to be actual sin. Okay. So I feel like I should not have all this stuff in here. Oh, source is going to be buffer source. Oh, I guess I'm going to need, so over here. Let me just. Okay, so 596. Okay. Oh. Okay, so now all the errors are in the logger. And so what I want to do in the logger then is buffer, and this is going to take source file line. And this is going to return basically a new buffer. I don't even know what I call this anymore. A buffer. And that's going to take this root, this source file line. And it's going to return a buffer. See if that does. Let me take a break for a little bit. I have a call I need to take. Be back in a little bit. All right, well, that was exciting. A phone call from Portugal. Um, I kind of lost my train of thought, I guess. But I have a feeling this is just going to break absolutely horrendously. Uh, I guess I took the logger first. Oh, it's right. It's right here. Yeah, I took the logger and then the root. Okay, and then 498. So I think what this means now is we don't have to do this anymore. All these conditionals go away. And the fact that we are passing in, oh, well, I guess I must have gotten that constant right, because I don't appear to be getting an error on that. Right, so we're log all. Okay. So now all my errors should be elsewhere. So what this is going to look like is buffer equals a logger. I don't even remember what I just called it. I guess I just called it buffer. Oh, and I need to put the file path in here. And then I want to get the logger back out of that buffer. And then I want to do buffer on buffer. So now, like, the only kind of like mildly annoying thing out there, although I do have to add get logger to the buffer. Let's maybe put that above all these. Oh. We're going to return this buffered. So that should clear out my errors in Discover, I guess? Nope. Oh, I guess I need to save that. What did I call this? Oh, gift level. So, like, now the only mildly annoying thing here is, right, this buffer now is basically, I wish there would be some way to kind of invalidate that buffer. Which, I mean, I guess I could just do one set buffer. That seems a little janky to me. So I'm kind of wondering if there's a better way. Because, right, here's kind of two, right, it would be nice to kind of, Well, let's just see what kind of damage I've done here. Because this is screwing around with output buffering. If I screwed this up, this could be a real mess to try and figure out. So what do we have? Start buffering. So this is going to be buffer get logger, and this is going to be unbuffer. I can't remember if unset is a language construct or not, and I suppose I should probably save that. Yeah, it is a language construct. See what that looks like. Yep. Guess I should. I actually don't know if I resulted in any fewer lines of code there. Well, fine up on the total. So this is going to be unbuffer. This is going to be this is going to switch the buffer over. Where do we start buffering here? Yeah, same thing here. And then here's where we actually, I think, get the buffer. Yeah. They're going to want to pass the buffered in here. Same thing here, I believe. I think buffered is going to go in there. This is all going to take the buffered log. Here. I guess I need to figure out where that'll take the buffered logger. And this goes into the actual log. Here. I get so frustrated with myself for I guess we need to set this all up here, right? Because we're buffering this whole thing. So maybe this is not such a great way to do this. Hmm. Maybe I should take like a lunch break and think about this a little bit more. I mean, I kind of hate to leave this in a mess, but I guess I've been going for almost 5 hours at this point, so that's about time for lunch break, I feel like. Because I feel like, right, there's kind of two issues I'm trying to work out. Like, I kind of like this idea of having like a separate buffered logger that just collects all this stuff up while we're buffering. And then when we unbuffer it, we just grab all the events out of there and add those to the real logger. But I guess, so the thing, it'd be nice if there was like kind of a clean way. And maybe there isn't like a perfect way to do this. To make sure that like the buffer is in like a consistent state. And I may just be overthinking it. But then also that, and I guess, and this is probably not necessary, kind of have like a hard association between the actual logger and the buffered logger, and that might be a mistake too, which is kind of what I'm trying to do here. Um, because another way to do this is if we sort of keep the bufferer, and the logger kind of like not really related to each other, we could just like instantiate a buffer at the beginning of all this and just reuse it over. But then we get into sort of issues of managing the internal state of the buffer. And I was kind of hoping to avoid that, right? Because like all this stuff will be either like if we're in the process of buffering, all that stuff should be set. But if we're not buffering, then it should be unset. And I guess there's the other issue too, and I suppose it's not a big deal. I could just maybe, I don't know, make that accessible off the logger, but since this is going to be essentially creating its own logger, we need to pass in this root directory. That was weird. I felt like my L key wasn't really working there. Hmm. And I guess one nice thing about not having to like construct a new, right, necessarily explicitly construct a new buffer every time is like right here in these where we're kind of trying to run setup, the test, and tear down within like a common buffer, but also give each of those methods their own sort of buffering. It's nice here that based on whatever we have, we can just kind of call start buffer and not worry about if we've already started it or not. So that seems to be the way to go. But then it just kind of makes having managing that buffering state a little bit obnoxious. I'm just curious. Sort of what the default. I assume that's 0. So I could probably just default those buffering levels to 0. Yeah. Okay. So, but I am gonna. I'll probably. Well, I got some stuff to do. Wow, it's already 5 o'clock. Okay. I think I am gonna take a little bit of a break, and I don't really have anything going on tonight, so maybe I'll hop back on and finish this up. So yeah, okay, that's what I'm gonna do. So if I don't think anybody's in chat anymore. Basin my chatter went to bed. But if anybody's lurking or watching this on the VOD after the fact, then I appreciate you joining me. And whoever or wherever or whenever you are, I bid you peace and take care.